Have Andrew do it tomorrow.
I think Andrew is a lead for.
What a what? Andrew.
Are we going to leave it here? Nobody. Okay. Nobody. No. I asked Mike.
We're going to do it now.
Yeah. I'm just getting ready. I know.
He will tell you when.
So go ahead and change. Okay.
No.
No, he told me that.
Okay, but he will always tell you what time.
Kyoko, I'm in contact with Soren.
Okay.
And he told me go ahead and do it. Yeah, I'm in contact with him.
Now it changed.
Yeah, it's done.
No, it's on her. Girl, I don't care if I take 3 trains to 3 buses. I think you just.
Let's come to here because the guys are on.
That's nice. Very fancy.
Yeah, it helps.
Inspector.
Helps about his cuts. So stuff it all.
That's for the reporter, right?
Yeah. Yeah, just very fair. So
Yeah, that makes a huge difference.
it does.
President right had to give it all.
Oh, yeah, the
So he
one.
was the one who came up with this, like, I
So-
don't want to go back to the room.
So he's the first witness that got up already, only him?
Yes, I can. She's here. She's just off camera.
What's the simplest way of saying it? You could just say that.
I'll come to you first.
Isn't it 5 minutes?
Oh, yeah, let's see.
Okay, so then with the taxi and in the last half hour, I've heard from the security guard. I'll just say who attended, who was called to the incident. Yeah.
got there.
He was offered stack of money.
Got the word stacked, not watch. You said a wad of cash this big.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I'll say a wad of cash by Combs,
He said don't tell me.
who said don't tell nobody. That's
And then
that's it.
and then the she asked what he
That's all right. That's all I need.
and I thought it was a bribe not to tell anyone. And he said I don't want your money.
I'll just say by Combs. Hi, Asia. Yeah, like I say, well, the jury also heard about another very violent incident involving Cassie Ventura when Sean Combs found out. Yeah, no, sorry. Am I looking down?
Well, a little bit. I don't know where it is. It's not too bad. You insist I go down. That's what you go.
No, I just wondered. Do you want me to actually physically look down?
Just look at the next.
Well, the jury heard about another violent incident involving Cassie Ventura when Sean Combs found out that she had been seeing somebody else, and he went on the hunt for her, they were told, with one of his bodyguards, and when he found her, she was brutally kicked. Levels are a little bit high, they're saying. Kicked brutally and flung around like a rag doll. Now, his lawyers didn't seek to defend the violence, rather they admitted that he had a bad temper, that he gets angry and out of control. Okay, that's fine, great. And the footage of him specifically kicking her inside that hotel lobby that they said was indefensible, but they said it was evidence of domestic violence, not of sex trafficking. And in the last half hour or so, we've heard from the security guard who was called to that incident in the hotel. Hi, yes I can. And who testified that when he got there, he was offered a large wad of cash by Sean Combs to don't tell nobody.
And told don't tell me.
He was offered a large wad of cash by Sean Combs and told don't tell nobody. That'll end it like that. Should we just do one and I time it? I'm going to leave all that freak off stuff out.
Is there she said indefensible?
Indefensible. Okay, that's fine. Are you ready? Okay. Well, the jurors were also told about another very violent incident involving Cassie Ventura after Sean Combs found out that she was seeing somebody else. They were told that he went on the hunt for her with one of his bodyguards, and that when he found her, Cassie was kicked brutally and flung around, they said, like a rag doll. Now, Combs' lawyers didn't seek to defend the violence, rather they admitted that he had a bad temper, that he gets angry and he gets out of control. And the footage specifically of him kicking her in the hotel lobby, they said was indefensible, but they said it was evidence of domestic violence, not of sex trafficking. And in the last half hour or so, the security guard that was called to the incident in the hotel said that when he got there, Sean Combs offered him a wad of cash and said to him, don't tell nobody. It's all right.
Do you okay with everything the night when we talk about like practical ICC?
Yes, as I say, and in the footage of him specifically kicking. Yes.
That's a separate incident.
Yeah, yeah.
What do you think he said to that?
Huh?
Can you hear what she's saying?
Yes. I got 1 minute at the end as a live, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I say, he admitted that he gets out of control, and about that footage of him kicking her in the lobby. Yeah, but they've seen it in the piece, is what I'm saying.
But just because it's going straight on from talking about
Okay.
the other night.
And about that separate footage. light's gone off. Okay. I'll do my best. You see this? It's all right. Now, the jury was told about another very violent incident involving Cassie Ventura after Sean Combs found out that she had been seeing someone else. They were told that he was on the hunt for her with one of his bodyguards, and when he found her, Cassie, they said, was kicked brutally and flung around like a rag doll. Now, his lawyers didn't try to defend the violence. Rather, they said he was someone who got angry, that he got out of control. And separately, the footage of him kicking Cassie in the hotel lobby, they said was indefensible, but they said it was evidence of domestic violence, not of sex trafficking. In the last half hour, we've heard from the security guard who was called to that incident, and he said when he got to the door, Sean Combs offered him a wad of cash and said, "Don't tell nobody." That felt like a real rush through that thing. Sounded good. Did you hear that? There were a couple of weird disturbances on there. Okay, he said he'd be with us in a second. Well, I don't know. Yeah. He said, tell Ben it must be something to do with his camera. It's actually Dick in here with me, Martin. So he can hear you. Can you hear this, Dick? What? Oh my God. Oh wow. I mean, Dickens going to have to investigate. I've got no idea. I was just rattling through it, trying to get through to it with a detour in it. Yeah, it's Dickens. It's not actually Dickens. It's Dickens, not Ben. But yeah. That's all right. The camera cable. Oh, that's annoying.
Oh, yes, it is. Let me ring you back. This line is great.
Yeah, she said. Yeah, she's supposed to. Just that we're just working out there was something wrong with the camera. No.
Excuse me,
I'm
sir.
sorry. Excuse me.
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you.
You're good.
Okay.
You're welcome.
You got that little shout out to the family, and that's great. Huh? Okay, I think he's on the phone to someone now, but I'll pass on what you've said. Sorry about that, Martin. It's annoying. But did it make it incomprehensible, though? You have my voice, then you couldn't hear the audio. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you. Well, so presumably it should.
Well, I don't think of it as the camera's set to the camera's recording.
See, he knows what he's not crazy. Just wants to hear himself talk. They just pay for those people. They paid $3 million. I'm looking at it. That's why I set up a law. I said, they were French. I forget what I was looking at. Like, oh, they can't pay for this. See, they charge $2 million. I'll give Elon see this budget yet. I think we might go in the budget section today. Oh, there you go. Nice to buy. Did they call you before? When I called?
The flag is going to have this on it. This country's flag is going to have this. When Diddy walks out of the courtroom, this country's flag will have this. Battery for you or somebody else?
that just came out? Oh, that's the guy upstairs. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, I know he works upstairs.
I don't know yet. I would. I hope tomorrow or Wednesday.
Set of papers where the judge is citing
I go next door to Luke, go tell John at the front that you're gonna go get the keys now. You do it in the garage. Yes, I gave the new one. Go in the front, meet John, tell him you have to go to next door to get the keys. And I'll text Luke, go ring the front bell. And Luke get the keys. The keys are not hanging up in the garage? Alright, so go get John in the front first, tell him you're there. You gotta get the keys next door. Alright? Alright, then let Johnny do it. I have to help him. You know, you turned the water off yesterday and stuff. Bye. No, but I'm close to the garage.
Yo, yo, yo. What's up, y'all? Who on here? Let me know if y'all can hear this. Yo, yo, yo. Turn the background down. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Let me know if y'all can hear me clearly. We good? Thumbs up? We good? All right. Yeah, I just want to chime in real quick, tap in with y'all. This opening, the opening statement on this Diddy trial on day one. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go back to the the court thing, but I wanted to tap in with y'all with this opening statement where they said Diddy forced the escort to urinate in Cassie's mouth. What's up with that? It's crazy. All right, so it says Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson pointed at Diddy as he stood before the jury. She said he was a larger than life to the public, but there was another side of him, a side that ran a criminal enterprise. All right, so this is Shade Room, of course. Assistant U.S. Attorney Johnson told the jurors about a night that Combs allegedly kidnapped an employee and threatened one-time girlfriend Cassie, a key witness in the trial, that if she denied him again, he would release tapes of her having sex with male escort, tapes that the prosecutor called souvenirs of the most humiliating nights of her life. He said there was just a tip of the iceberg, Johnson said, telling the jurors that Cassie was far from the only woman Combs beat and sexually exploited. It says, let me see, the charges against Diddy include count of racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud, coercion, and 2 counts of transportation of engaged in prostitution. He has pleaded not guilty. The alleged offenses span from 2004 to 2024. 2 counts were added a month before trial. It says for 20 years, the defendant, with the help of trusted inner circle, committed crime after crime. That's why they are here today. That's what this case is about, Attorney Johnson said, telling jurors that Cassie was far from the only woman Combs had beaten and exploited. I was trying to get to the say prosecutors say the Central Combs sexual abuse was highly orchestrated, drug-fueled sex parties he called freak offs, Wild Kings Night, or hotel nights. Combs' company paid for parties held in the hotel rooms across the U.S. and overseas, and his employees staged the rooms with his preferred lighting, extra linens, lubricants. Johnson said. Johnson uh, went on to state that Combs compelled women, including Cassie, to take drugs and engage in sexual activity with male escorts while the girlfriend himself sometimes recorded them. Like that's my thing though. Being as though that she's like an accessory to this shit. Like she dated this nigga 10 years knowing he was doing this. Like, you mean to tell me you stayed with this nigga through all this shit? See, because it'd be that lifestyle, man. It'd be that lifestyle, it'd be that money. And then when shit hit the fan, then they want to claim victim. But they be with the shits the whole time. Like, they be with it. They be with this shit until shit hit the fan. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy to me. Says Combs sat faced looking forward to the Assistant Attorney Johnson, and the jury. The prosecutor described that she was a pattern of violent sexual abuse and blackmail. Combs would beat Cassie over the smallest slight, such as leaving the freak offs without his permission or taking too long in the bathroom, Johnson said, and he threatened to ruin Cassie's singing career by releasing to the public videos of her engaging in sex with male escorts. The prosecutor said. The prosecutor described the cover up to follow Cassie hotel hallway beating, telling the jurors the security guards was given brown paper bag full of $100,000 cash, while Combs' bodyguard and chief of staff stood by. This is far from the only time that defendant Inner Circle tried to close ranks do damage control, Johnson said. Isaiah Johnson introduces the attack on another woman, like with Cassie, the defendant violence had gotten him to what he wanted. Jane, as pseudonym, confronted him a year, enduring years the freak offs in a hotel room while he took uh, parameter paramours, whatever, on the date nights and trips around the globe. She said Combs punched her in the face, kicked her while she was curled up on the ground, dragged her by her hair, slapped her so hard she fell over, then demanded that she call an escort to cover up the black eye and ingest ecstasy. And the prosecutors told the jurors. So this is all opening statement shit, y'all. All right, said the prosecutors finished its opening statement by warning jurors that they'll see violence for themselves. You know, it was just the tape though. Like it's like that's all they got. That's all they going off is the Cassie tape. Uh, the hotel beating and shit. Like, do they have any other, tapes and shit with him, abusing her or it's crazy. All right, she said that there are videos of Cassie and Jane as they pretend they enjoyed themselves during the freak offs, and we'll see Combs brutally beating Cassie during the freak offs at the LA hotel. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. It just seemed like they banking everything off this Cassie tape. Like, where's the evidence of sex trafficking and you know what I mean? The sex trafficking shit and you know, uh criminal organizations and where's all the evidence of that shit? That's what we're waiting on. Um, let me see. Hold on, y'all. I think I might have seen some other shit too. Hold on. Uh, all right. So Cassie is expected to appear in court to testify. Let me see. All right, so Diddy's attorney says Cassie is expected to testify in court. Um, I guess they argue while Diddy actions towards Cassie in the hotel video indefensible and the footage is not evidence of sex trafficking. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the sex trafficking shit is what they want to get him on. Um, where's the evidence? Cassie had the choice every single day to stay with him. That was her better choice until she broke up with him. She was not coerced when she left. There was no repercussions. She ran into the arms of a physical trainer Combs had hired to train her. I guess this is from Diddy side of things. Damn, bro, like let me see. Oh, all right, so they just showing the sketch of Diddy. But yeah, I'm gonna leave this because I know during the trial, after court, they come out, the reporters come out and all that shit. So I'm gonna go ahead and let this joint run. I'm gonna let this live stream run with them outside the courthouse and shit. Because I know, after court is over, they usually come out and do, you know, uh, they reporting and shit. So I just wanted to tap in with y'all with that real quick. Please make sure y'all double tap the screen to like this video, share this live stream if you can. Like I said, or you can hit the three dots at the left top for the screen to drop down, hit the like button. Would you say, all right, let me read some of y'all comments. Said, shake my head, no wonder she tried to settle out of court. First, degrading and embarrassing. Yeah, she went straight for that what was it, 10 million, 20 million? How much she get from that nigga? Like 30 million? Something like that. So sure, dude. Power trip. Yeah, yeah. So see what's going on in the back door. Greetings from Cali. Somebody says that Diddy yelling in the background. That's funny.
Don't.
Have to 4 o'clock.
What are you gonna do, fly? What are you gonna do?
Flores, now Officer Flores, at the time he was sort of second in command of security at the hotel, but he says that Combs actually approached him in the hotel room with a wad of cash that he interpreted to be a bribe. Flores took it to mean, quote, "Don't tell nobody," he said on the stand. It really, what do these details tell you as you're learning them?
Well, Brianna, very troubling testimony for the defense. This witness is an excellent witness for the prosecution, laying the foundation for that explosive videotape that the judge has ruled will be admitted into evidence during this trial. We've heard a lot about that videotape, the defense saying that what we've seen so far is not the complete video, and that the video in what they call undoctored form is going to tell a different story. One thing to note, Brianna, the defense, a part of their strategy is to paint this as the domestic violence situation. That yes, Sean Diddy Combs was violent. Yes, he used violence on this video, but that this was all a part of a domestic violence incident involving him and a long-term girlfriend. They're trying to downplay any suggestion that this is sex trafficking, coercion, or violence used to commit sex acts as have been charged in the indictment. But I'm not certain that defense is going to work, because when you look at the totality of the evidence that the prosecution has mounted, it is very disturbing.
Lisa, I want to ask you about some of the other things that have come from Flores' testimony. Notably, he said that as he was escorting Combs and Cassie back to their room, he heard Combs tell her, "You're not going to leave." And that plays into the idea that she was there essentially against her will. But he also, Flores, apparently has told the jury that he asked Cassie multiple times, repeatedly, if she wanted him to call police. And he said that she simply wanted to leave the premises. Apparently, when he did, he says that she left with a black eye, so marks on her face, but refusing to call the police. I wonder what you make of that.
Well, good afternoon, Boris and Brianna. That is a very disturbing statement, and also very common amongst victims of domestic violence. They are often terrified of their abusers and the repercussions that could come after reporting something as serious as her being dragged by her hair. The more violence that you are witnessing, the more repercussions and the repercussions might be. So this is a very disturbing statement, but it also tracks very much with what we have heard from several of the victims and several of the witnesses throughout, that he is a very powerful man, that he is one who believed in retribution, and for her to be involved in a decades-long relationship with her, that proves that she understood and knew that if she did report that, there would be serious repercussions to come, not only from Combs, but also from others in his inner circle. And that goes to the heart of the RICO case, which we are going to see unfold very truthfully, I'm assuming, from Cassie and the federal government's case.
And Lisa, we're just getting all these details from now Officer Israel Flores about what happened after Cassie Ventura left. He said after that, he went back to Combs's room with another guard, so another security guard, to reiterate the hotel policy. He said Combs stepped into the hall, that he closed the hotel room door behind him. And at one point, Combs grabbed the other security guard's phone and accused him of recording the conversation, that Flores pinned Combs to the wall and told him to let go of the phone. As the prosecution and prosecutor Christy Slavic is building this story, Lisa, what is this saying to the jury?
This is again saying that he is a very powerful man with a very bad temper, one who used violence to coerce people into bending to his will. And this tracks with the entire prosecution's narrative, that he was violent towards his victims, that he used abuse, he used false imprisonment. And they have not only the fact of these testimonies, but you're going to see this repeatedly throughout, not only through testimony, but through tapes, through other eyewitness testimony. So I believe that they are trying to establish a pattern of not only abuse, but violence in order to get people to bend to his will.
We got an update a moment ago that Flores apparently sent an incident report at 3 p.m. that day describing the entire interaction with Combs and Cassie from start to finish. I imagine, Ariva, that the prosecution is going to use that to try to corroborate some of the statements that he's making. I do wonder how you think the defense is going to approach some of this testimony.
I think they're going to hone in on Cassie's statements that she did not want to call the police, because a big part of the defense's strategy here is to prove that this was a consensual relationship and that what was on that videotape was merely a dispute, even though it was a violent dispute between two consenting adults over infidelity. We're going to hear a lot about what was on a telephone that Sean Diddy Combs has and that had at the time, and that Cassie Ventura was trying to take the telephone, and that there was a battle of sorts, or a fight of sorts over this phone. They've also made a big deal about talking about how strong these women were, how confident the women were. And all of that is a part of the defense's strategy to say, look, these women had the ability to walk away from this relationship if they felt coerced, if they felt any threat of violence. So the jurors are going to have to really pay attention to what we now know is that so many victims of this kind of conduct don't go to the police, are afraid, as Lisa said, to make reports to the police because fear of retribution and fear of more violence. But I think the defense is really going to try to hone in on Cassie's unwillingness to step forward and make a police report or call the police at the time that she was being assaulted by Combs.
Yeah, it will. That would not be unusual behavior as well for someone who is abused. So we'll see how the prosecution is then going to tackle that, and ultimately what the jury is going to believe here. Ariva Martin, Lisa Bonner, thank you so much to both of you.
In the defense's opening statement, they described Combs as a, quote, complicated man, adding, quote, this case is about love, jealousy, infidelity, and money, and that this case is about voluntary adult choices made by capable adults in consensual relationships. Julie Grant joins us now live. She's a court TV anchor and former prosecutor. Julie, thanks so much for being with us. So these opening statements, the prosecution highlighting the issue of power, saying that in the case of Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, only one of them had power, only one of them had control, and that was the defendant, that was Combs. Why is that question of the power dynamic central to their case?
Boris and Brianna, thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon to you both. It's key because in domestic violence situations, a lot of people think it's about anger management. Domestic violence is not. It's about power and control. It's about batterers exerting control over their victims through means of violence. And a lot of times through emotional abuse, financial abuse, all sorts of things. And so here, that's largely at the heart of this case for both sides, as we've seen in the opening statements. We're seeing the federal government, as expected, alleging that Sean Diddy Combs had an enterprise and that he was using the whole business enterprise to coerce individuals who would be unwilling to engage in certain sexual behaviors or unwilling to be transported for such. So all of it is coercive and criminal, according to the federal government. But on the flip side, we see the defense team embracing domestic violence here, trying to curry some favor with the jury by acknowledging that Sean Combs is an imperfect person. And yes, what he did to Cassie is indefensible in terms of the battery that occurred. But they're saying that that was it, that it didn't go beyond domestic violence in that relationship, that there was no racketeering, there was no trafficking, there was no transportation of anybody for any illegitimate purpose. So this should be quite a fiery case, as you both know, Brianna and Boris, with Diddy's liberty and legacy at stake.
I wasn't able to get it. Yeah, it's locked. Is it over yet? think this is the family. Yeah, I see them. I see them. Kurt. No, he's good. He's good. So who are they? Is he a witness?
His husband. Right.
Okay, who's coming? Excuse me, ma'am. Who's coming?
At this moment, no. Which boy are you waiting for?
The family of Diddy's is about to leave.
Oh, the Diddy. That's why we put this on.
Excuse me on my shots.
The one in the purple, in the phone, in the center, is the public.
Ah, I see.
Well, so it's not supposed to start playing it. like keeps like breaking and like I know it's not the same. This is my first time. Like this is my first time. Like yeah, something like that. You know. So it's like memories for me. I've been August, so it's almost been like a year now. Yeah, like and yeah, no, I just really so I mean, honestly, like if you're interested, it's like somebody in your market, they're already in line, like there's other hours already, just like you pay for it again, you know. That's something that I did, but I mean, it's not something I do all the time. But like, after I sleep, this was something like, let me just go ahead and like see what this is on. We're hearing a different time, but I'm gonna say that I'm happy. Like I said, I mean, everybody that gets justice is here. What are you? We're gonna try. Don't get out there.
Oh yeah, that was it. Do we answer Frank? No. No. Oh man, where did it go? Nobody, damn it. What is up with these guys? If I stand there for 5 seconds, who? I stood there as long as she stands there.
But there was a guy harassing people over there. And I was like,
He's
oh,
standing there.
oh, nothing we can do about it.
Conducted the whole fucking interview.
Time, like it's slow, and then at the end, it's
Right. So I could see it start walking.
Oh my god. Because you're non-threatening, man. You gotta start acting more sporadic. You gotta get that scary. You know? I'll leave you alone, Ash. I swear. Trial's adjourning for the day as of 3 minutes ago.
I just don't understand why people are fucking doing interviews like right in the middle of the fucking. There's two of them now. Right in the middle of it, like at 5 o'clock when it's just ending, they're doing like bullshit interviews.
They'll learn.
That's it, sis. Body in it.
El video ya lo mandé hace rato, no acabo de salir, solo que ahorita no tengo 10, pasa algo más, pues mando más, pero no es que no ha pasado nada raro, o sea, solo vi Oye, pregunta, que están todos ahí. Es que no sé si este detalle, porque siento que es como muy intenso para un familiar. Crazy. Pues ahí ya escuché todas las preguntas, pero esta no sé, también mencionaron que dentro de todas estas locuras, orinaron en la boca de la Cassie, ¿no? Eso no es una omisión, en la boca de la víctima.
Yeah, she just saw the sound. Yeah, I was at 225.
El tema es que como
Well, I mean, no, I was at
Fiscalía los quieren poner como parte de todo el agravio que la CIA y la Fiscalía
I was at 220. I'm sorry. I'm 300. My brain's not working. I was at 325. Now, 330.
Pero ella lo pidió, no sabemos si lo obligó.
No, I know. You know the nice thing about that? It's like there isn't any competition because it's like, look at these. You know, I can and no comedian are doing this. On my own. Yeah. And it's crazy. I can't believe like together.
Did you get in?
It was great. It was, I mean, actually, it wasn't that great. It's really a wild.
Patriots, I just got out of.
Excuse us.
Diddy's family. Yeah, guys, I'm not gonna follow. I'm like shocked.
How was your day?
Good. It's good.
New York girls are nothing new at all.
And then it was, I mean,
Well, we'll see tomorrow, right? Where are you staying? Oh, my friend has an art gallery in Texas, and we switch out artists every. It's a nice walk over. Yeah, I mean, I know where we're going next, but yeah.
No, you know what I was. Hey, I was trying to get both.
all right. Someone that said like this, so that's why I'm going to my kids inside.
So who left?
His family.
Is that was the family?
Yeah.
So what about the lawyers? Have they left?
Yeah, I think that's on the phone. Let me see. Get it.
uncovered, but a lot was uncovered today. Yeah, they are.
No, I love it. Excuse me. Yoko, will you ask her to move, please? So I wonder where's the security of the prison.
What's up, man? Good, bro. Good. Oh, my bad, bro. My bad. You want to laugh right now?
What's good, everybody? My name is Boxo. I'm a reporter and hip hop artist right now from Hot 97. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we'll be. Oh, I'll be here throughout the 6 to 8 weeks long that we'll be.
What was here? Okay,
So
we'll go back.
just in there today. There's a lot of heavy, deep emotions. It's only day one. I guess, in my opinion, the surprises came more from the defense rather than the prosecution. I kind of felt like, as is specifically talking today, the prosecution, a lot of it felt like it was things that I would expect to hear, even though how graphic everything was, but I still was kind of expecting that. The defense was really what most of the surprise was, because I'm thinking like, okay, how are they going to use what was presented to back up their part that he's innocent, allegedly, right? So like I'm saying allegedly, right here, right now, from both sides, it's only alleged, but you know that's really where most of the surprises are today. What do you mean by that? Me, I think it's too early to tell still, personally. It's still very early. Today was day one of testing. You know, one thing that I will say is, if you want my own personal take, I thought in terms of the defense, it would be a lot easier to combat the security guard's testimony versus what I guess you could call him a male performer versus that guy's testimony. That guy was saying he was actually seeing Cassie get assaulted, engage in these acts. Right now, again, now that will still, have to only be, determined by time. Like that's right. And again, how the defense responds to that. Yeah, it is big. Yeah. Right. Good point. Yeah, no, like that's why I brought up, like, as of right now, like I thought they was in their fingertips with the first testimony. The second testimony was just like so graphic and just giving such like a first person perspective of the whole thing. That's what we're trying to do. But we'll have to see. Because right now it certainly felt like that the prosecution ended with the higher bill. Oh, well, there you go. Wait, is it defense attorney or? Oh, not the hearing me say. They hear me talk that shit. They hear me talk that shit. They're like, thinking we're taking notes. We're taking notes. Yo, let me get your. I'm about to sit down. No, that's.
Mrs. Combs, what did you think about today's testimony? Was it graphic? To listen to that about your son?
Watch your shoulder, guy. Justin,
how was it seeing your dad in court?
Justin, me. Right here.
Oh my God.
That's it, right? That's all the people that showed up? I think so, yeah. I'm joking.
Why is the both of you have no credential to be in the way? I'm like, no credential, you don't have to be in the way. That doesn't make sense. Easier. Because she's a carrier. Jumping chair. I was like,
Diddy trial day one, if you will, alongside Kimberly Richardson. Kim, you were in there this morning. First of all, so many people lined up just to get a spot.
So
inside.
so many. That's what's interesting, and the public doesn't realize. There's the main courtroom, and that's where Mr. Combs is. But then they have overflow courtrooms because the demand for seats to get any bit of this trial is off the chart. So 3 overflow courtrooms where the public can go and the press. People started lining up here at noon yesterday. People actually get paid to sit in line. One man this morning offered to sell his seat to me for $350. I told him to beat it.
Yeah.
So yes, you get inside. A lot of security. And once in the courtroom, there are monitors. I was in an overflow courtroom. There are monitors where you can see and hear everything that's going on in the main courtroom. Mr. Combs was sitting there, casually dressed, as he has with the rest of the trial, with jury selection last week. His family, very close-knit family. They were here, filled up about 2 rows behind him, second and third rows in the courtroom, his daughters, the twins, his sons, his mom, and other relatives. They have quite a force, not only their legal team, but publicists, folks to manage all of this.
There was so much lead up to this. And now we're here on day one of the opening statements and the testimony. Did you get a sense of how Sean Diddy Combs is reacting to just the weight of the moment?
Even from the very minute he stepped into the courtroom this morning, he is sitting with his attorneys, he's taking notes, he's asking lots of questions, he's very actively involved and engaged in his case. With that said, this once larger than life personality, ruled the kingdom, hip hop, clothing, alcohol, endless products, very demure, very appropriately subdued for the weight of the charges in front of him, where he could spend the rest of his life in prison if found guilty.
And it's interesting, just the number of attorneys in that room, where you have 8 defense attorneys, and then you have 6 prosecutors who, by the way, are all women. Did that play up? Could you feel that or notice that? Is that something that people take notice of in the courtroom?
You definitely visually take notice of it. They're in the front row, 6 women, all dressed appropriately in their suits. It was talked about a lot in the early days after the indictment was unsealed, once Mr. Combs was arrested. That's kind of died down, and now we're just to the facts. The jury listening to opening statements, testimony today, and for the next roughly 8 weeks.
Yeah, and we'll see. One of the key early witnesses in this case will be his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. We expect to hear from her, if not today, in the coming days. We'll be out here to follow it all. Here at Diddy trial day
Very interesting day and a very busy day here at federal court, Stephen, Natasha. A lot is on the line for Sean Diddy Combs in this federal sex trafficking and racketeering case. If he's found not guilty, he walks out of the MDC a free man. If he is found guilty, he's looking at the possibility of spending the rest of his life behind bars.
Yo, this Sean Diddy Combs, a.k.a. The Dealer, a.k.a. Baby Oil King. You know what I'm saying, Daddy? Yeah, this trial day, and I'm out here. Well, technically, I'm in here still, locked in, no bail, no baby oil, no $500 haircuts, no black dye for the head or the beard.
Now, several dozen prospective jurors were questioned today by Judge Arun Subramanian as the jury selection process got underway in full force. Now, everyone being considered this week was part of an original group of 700 potential jurors who filled out questionnaires and they weeded through that number last week. Many were disqualified. So today, Sean Diddy Combs was in court wearing his court-authorized new trial uniform, which was a white shirt, a black sweater, black pants, sitting there, and glasses, paying very close attention to every single word that these potential jurors were saying, as well as what the judge was saying.
You know what I'm saying? Just my great funky ass rotting away in this jail cell. But I'm holding my head up as much as possible, Daddy. It's tough, though, you know? They only let me eat prison food, even though I insisted that they let me hire my personal chef to cook the meals for the whole prison, including the warrant. But you know, me being a black man, they turned that down, just like they turned down my $50 million bail I offered up. Even though they let the man Michael Jeffries from Abercrombie out on bail. You know what I mean? He put more holes on his private jets than I did, flying them all over the world. But you know, that's neither here or there. You know what I'm saying, Daddy? Even though the world bought me hate, I'm still brother love in the end. You know what I'm saying?
Now, his lawyers, they did question some of them. By the end of today's session, more than a half a dozen were disqualified for various reasons. Now, Judge Arun Subramanian, one of the things he mentioned several times during the day, both the morning session and this afternoon session, was that jurors, obviously, many had already heard of this case, but the key point was whether or not they could base a decision and base a verdict on what is presented as evidence in the courtroom.
Me being in here, I was able to reflect on my whole life. Even though I'm locked down, baby oilless, no De Leon tequila, no watermelon Ciroc, no Carisha, no parties, no Frenchie, no Ray J, no Bow, no Bieber Fever, no Usher, no nobody, you know what I'm saying? But I'm still grateful, though.
Now, there were a number of jurors who were disqualified today because of being sex assault survivors or having somebody close to them who was a sex assault survivor. Also, law enforcement people, anybody related to law enforcement, people who had encounters with the criminal justice system. And there were also people for various jobs and duties that they did that they took issue with. But they were very careful about it. It's really, as one jury consultant told me, a deselection process at this point, where they are eliminating people who are not qualified to serve. Now, one of the other reasons, there were several jurors who were disqualified because of their lack of proficiency in English. Some of them could not even fully understand the instructions that the judge was giving to them. There were other people who were there, and because of things that had happened to them, domestic violence incidents to people that they loved, were disqualified. And also another question that kept coming up, because there was an additional questionnaire for these semifinalists, if you want to call them that, in the jury pool, was basically, would they be disturbed talking about sexual acts?
Couple things I miss. First and foremost, I miss my kids, you know what I'm saying? They my heart. Second, I miss my barber. Third, I miss a nice big old slice of chocolate chip cheesecake from Junior's, you know what I'm saying? From over there in Brooklyn. And if I was home, I'll make somebody walk and go get that cheesecake today, you know what I'm saying? Like, go get that, you know what I'm saying? So I can take that. I just want my fans to know I love y'all. And even though I'm in here, I can still feel y'all support and love, you know what I'm saying? All I ask for is your prayers and continued support. They picked my jurors today.
With other jurors as they were deliberating on a verdict, and would they be upset or traumatized by talk of descriptions and evidence and testimony about sexual assaults?
I'm just praying I get a fair trial, you know what I'm saying? You know, they always trying to keep a black man down, you know? And, you know, they trying to keep my black ass in here for these crimes I didn't even commit. You know what I'm saying? All I'm guilty of is being black, rich, successful billionaire who likes to work hard and play harder. You know what I'm saying? I don't know anything about no traffic, no drugs, or anything like that. All I know is music, making money, and having a good time. You know what I'm saying? So just to let y'all know, can't nobody hold me down. Oh no, I gotta keep on moving. It's like the jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under. You know what I'm saying, Daddy?
So it's extremely thorough. Seeing that process firsthand there inside the courtroom was really an eye-opener for me, and I know it was for a lot of the other people in there too, because they're very concerned about how the jurors will react to the type of evidence that is going to be presented. And also the other key concern was obviously the tremendous amount of pretrial publicity that has happened, that has been out there in this case, an unprecedented number of documentaries, and also, you know, that people, could they really make their decision based on the evidence in court, not what they've seen in a documentary, not what they've seen in the media. But that's what's happening today. This will continue with day 2 tomorrow. Guys, back to you in the studio.
But I'll be out soon. I'll be out before my next birthday. Oh, and fabulous, baby. Don't forget you still owe me that party in our birthday suits. We gonna talk. Oh, and to my homeboy, Yay. We gonna get this, you know what I mean? We gonna take this game over. You know what I mean? Just wait till I get out, Daddy. Just me and you. This your boy, Brother Love, and I'm out. Love, love, love. Take that, take that, take that.
Tonight, Sean Combs makes it official. He's rejecting the government's offer to plead guilty and spare himself the possibility of a prolonged term in prison. When asked if he turned down the offer, Combs answered, "Yes, I do, Your Honor," as he stood in a baggy beige jail uniform.
Yeah. It's your boy Pixar Diddy, back with another vlog from the Metropolitan Detention Center. You know what I'm saying, Daddy? Yeah, man. I'm still holding my head up. No baby oil. You know what I mean? Still baby oilless. This the second day of the pre-trial, you know? They still combing through the jurors, no pun intended, trying to pick the right ones, you know? And they tried to make your boy accept the plea deal, which I turned down, because you know I'm innocent.
Terms were not disclosed, but prosecutors did say a plea could result in a shorter sentence for Combs than if he's convicted. The decision guarantees Combs will face trial beginning just 4 days from now that will test whether one of music's most prolific figures used his power, wealth, and fame to sexually exploit both women and men for decades.
And I'm sure when this is all said and done, I'ma still remain innocent. You know? I heard Cassie is supposed to be a character witness, which is really a joke to me, because everything they alleged that I did, if I had actually done those things, Cassie would have been right there with me, making it do what it do. You know what I'm saying, Daddy?
Combs has pleaded not guilty to racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution charges that accused him of coercing alleged victims into prolonged drug-fueled sexual activity that he called freak-offs and threatening them into silence.
But I'ma hold my ground. Like, I never trafficked no one. I never embezzled nothing. Nor did I touch anyone inappropriately who didn't want to be touched in that way. Every freak-off I was in, it was consensual. You know what I'm saying, Daddy? I'm Sean Diddy Combs. Who wouldn't want to have a freak off with me? Everybody love me. Even the haters love me. You know what I'm saying, Daddy? Because I'm the embodiment of love. I'm brother love himself. You know what I'm saying? Love, 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 love.
I'm not sure if they are alive. Are they? Yeah, looks like they saw it. Yep. Yep. With the glasses? Okay. Okay.
me, sorry.
We kind of.
Wait, is he on Bad Boy?
Yep. Look at Trey.
Okay.
You say about it right here. Come up. Yeah. I'm gonna bring it down. Legs down a little bit. Get your eye level.
Do you know the people who are coming out?
I know the one lawyer.
Oh,
The lawyers didn't come out yet, did they? They're still deliberating.
could you tell me who this was? Oh,
Yeah, but I know she was. I don't recognize her. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Emily, you just walked out the courtroom. You saw everything that happened from start to finish, and obviously you're doing gavel to gavel coverage. Tell me, how did Mr. Combs look when he walked out that room and saw his children?
The moment Mr. Combs walked out this morning, his face immediately lit up. He smiled at his kids. It didn't feel performative. It felt like a genuine reaction to seeing his family all in one place. He smiled, and then he did this to the kids, and then he gave them a heart before sitting down. Later in the day, he turned around to his son, Justin Combs, who was sitting there, and he started nodding, and then Justin started nodding back, and they were kind of in sync, which I thought was interesting. The kids laughed